Hey, how's it going? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, Sibilis, Sibilis, 1, 2, 3, testing.
So you use however they want it. And, but he went fixed on his devices too, right?
Yeah.
The problem is like that one, I don't know what.
Maybe he just plugged it in and because.
That's what I'm saying. It was a different
Said
guy.
it, then it just ran. Yeah, I bet you that's what it is.
So what do I need to?
Ask him if his tech set a fixed IP for the replaced encoder decoder. Or is it set to DHCP?
Maybe for the bed, it can just resolve it.
We're doing the chambers.
Okay. Is that when I was like, fix your shit?
We can only go.
I'm going to call to order the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole. My timekeeper says it's 4:00. All right, to start our first item, clerk, will you please call our roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
Here. Tried to fool us over here, didn't you? Yeah.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Ray. Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
9 present.
Thank you, clerk. All right, we'll go to item 2, which is our opportunity for public comment. Today, public comment is only available in person. Our external communication equipment is not yet functioning appropriately. So I just want to open the opportunity for anyone in chambers who wishes to address the body. Up to 3 minutes. Please share your name, where you're from, once you are recognized by the board. Welcome. Hi. We're better now that you're here. Good. Do you have a button on your stand? That's it. Welcome.
Okay, let me start my timer. I love a good rule. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Amber, and today is the 40th day of the Wildwood Off Main condemnation series. Who's excited? Me. Okay. My hopes with this public comment today is to continue to spread awareness and request feedback on some steps forward. Fast recap of events. In the last 40 days, the residents of Wildwood Off Main were lied to, coerced into silence, threatened with legal action, told June rent would not be charged rent anyway, redacted the rent a few hours later, but there's no way for us to confirm if they actually returned all the rent. Now, all that being said, they haven't prorated the condemned period of May's rent either. I'm hearing reports from neighbors that they have not received their security deposits back, even though it's been 30 days elapsed since they've left. Still have not fixed any of the stairs and not put any temporary stairs in place to assist with the upstairs units to move out safely. All that being said, at least one kind thing that they've done is put in the upstairs neighbors in hotels. Now, here's a very recent list of events. On 6/12, Wildwood confirmed that the hotel stays were extended through 6/22. Yesterday, 3:01 p.m., Wildwood sent an email. We were just made aware that this morning, your current hotel does not have full availability for this week. And we will need to relocate you by Wednesday morning, 6/17, to other hotels they had listed. 3:30 p.m., I log into my second telehealth therapy meeting to discuss the paranoia and anxiety I've experienced with this condemnation series. Now, 3:59, I get a call from Miss Jeannie Girl in the Wildwood leasing office, left a voicemail saying, I need to move out of the hotel by 6:15. That's yesterday. So, 4:36 p.m., I call the office back. She confirmed 6:15, not 6:17. 4:40 p.m., I chat with Home 2 Suites concierge, and he confirms they do have availability at least through Wednesday, and they could make it work through Monday, and that Wildwood had been giving them a handful of mixed plans all day long. They couldn't sell the room tonight if they tried, so they're unsure why they're making me leave on 6:15. Yesterday. So I choose to move back into my condemned apartment last night because I'm done getting played with in my face. So I move into a new apartment on 6/22, but that brings me to my real request with you all today, because none of that's y'all's fault. Wildwood is the first, but cannot be the worst of the laughable property management in this area. Between January 2024 and July 2026, my rent went from $9.99 to about to be $14.50, and they couldn't even keep it inhabitable. So if property management companies are going to continue to raise the rent hundreds of dollars a year, I would love to work closer with all of you individually to make sure that we how can I help educate tenants of their rights, the proper procedure to document the right violations to the right authorities, how do they FOIA request the proximity of their apartment to condemnation, and then how do they hold property managers accountable for inhabitable conditions without fear of retaliation? I would love to talk to you guys individually, eventually set up a meeting, but that is. Catch you next time.
Thank you very much, Amber. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Grover, your County Planning and Development Director and a resident of Kalamazoo County. I'm coming to this public comment time today to share with the public about the data centers and battery energy storage site, or BESS, education forum we have planned for next week. This forum is set for next Thursday, June 25th from 5 to 7 p.m. It will take place in the Dale B. Lake Auditorium at the Kalamazoo Valley Community College, Texas Township campus. There's plenty of parking here and the doors will open at 4:30. For the past year, county planning has provided trainings and discussion about zoning to our municipalities for these types of energy storage sites and data center facilities. Through these conversations, we've heard from many their concerns about impacts they can have on both health and the environment. But we've also heard about positive outcomes they can provide, such as stable energy grid systems and economic opportunity for cloud-based technologies. For this reason, we have pulled together a panel of experts for this event to help us sort through the information in as factual and balanced way as possible. There's an information sheet in your folders today, and there's also one in the hallway. This sheet includes a QR code that anyone can go to submit questions ahead of the event. We will also have a chance for the public to submit questions at the event as well. Planning is thankful to the panelists that are volunteering their time for this important conversation. We're also thankful to county administration for supporting this whole conversation we've been having for several months, and including our economic mobility manager, Sarah Drum, for facilitating at the event, and public information officer, Taylor Koopman, for helping us promote it. We're hopeful the conversation can help us all learn about the pros and cons, and for our public and municipalities to have the best information they can for making very important decisions for our communities. So we hope to see some of you there. Also, this is separate from what Taylor Van Winkle is discussing on your agenda. There's a whole separate public input opportunity for what she'll be talking about, but I just wanted to provide that information so that the public is also aware. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Grover. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Willa DiToronto. I'm the Deputy Housing Director for the county. And I'm really excited to be up here today to introduce our newest Housing Department employee. This is Brandon Mione. He is our voucher program specialist. So we are extremely excited to have him on board and start working towards our voucher program that's part of our Keys to Kalamazoo funding and initiatives. Brandon has worked for ISK and a number of organizations in our community and is very passionate about supporting families and individuals and getting them into safe and affordable housing. So I don't know if you want to say anything or.
I just wanted to introduce myself and say it's a true honor to work for the county. I'm really, really excited to do the work with Willa and Mary.
Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome to you and thank you. All right. Do we have anyone else wishing to make public comment? Thank you. All right. I am seeing none, so we're going to close our public comment period. We'll move forward for our review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. We'll welcome Finance Director Ryan Post. Welcome, Director.
Test. I'm not good at pushing buttons. Okay. Depends on the buttons. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $3,782,796.82 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $3,652,288.17. We have payroll disbursements totaling $4,684,114.89 are presented for the June 5th general, June 9th special, and June 15th elected payrolls. That said, we welcome any questions from the board at this time.
Any questions from Commission? Well done yet again, Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right, we'll move to our next item. This is our monthly investment report We'll welcome Chief Deputy Treasurer Tyler White.
Thank you, Chair.
I want to commend you on your button pushing skills, by the way, right there.
It's a skill I've had my entire life. God
Excellent.
bless my mother.
Excellent. Welcome.
All right, getting right into it. As of May 31st, the county's investment portfolio has a par value balance of $149,404,330.81 and a market value of $148,736,617.82, giving us a mark-to-market variance between par and market values of $667,712.99. It's a $49,295 decrease from April, so the value of our portfolio went slightly down. As a reminder, our mark-to-market variance only impacts us if we were to liquidate our portfolio. Our plan is to hold assets until maturity, so we don't end up having any realized losses. For the month of May, our portfolio earned $467,445.93 on an average daily balance of $155,056,159.94. It's an effective rate of return on our investments of 3.55%. It's inclusive of all realized gains, losses on sales and maturities, as well as our amortization of investment premiums and discounts. Of the $467,000 that we earned, $230,634 relates to our general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. For the year so far, our portfolio has earned $2,635,516.27 on an average daily balance of $165,095,695.23. That's an effective rate of return on our year-to-date investments of 3.86%. It's also inclusive of all of our realized gains, losses, sales, maturities. The general fund share of that $2.6 million is $1,425,284. If we assume the rest of the year is similar to the first 5 months, we're on track to earn about $6.3 million during 2026. Now, here's the bad news. Inflation over the last 12 months through May 31st was 4.2%, up from 3.8 last month. It again exceeds our rate of return on investments for the month of 3.55%. We experienced a net 0.65% loss in purchasing power due to inflation exceeding our investments. Inflation from May 25 to May 26 is spread across the following categories. Food is up 3.1%. Energy commodities or fuel up 40.6%. Energy services or utilities up 5.3%, of which electricity is up 5.9%, gas is up 3%, shelters up 3.4%, transportation services up 4.1%, medical services up 3.6%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, up 1.1%. Like last month, the war in Iran continues to impact our inflation numbers. We were at 2.4% in February and are now at 4.2%. It's the highest we've seen since April 2023. And that was when inflation was coming down from COVID peaks. That peaked in June 2022 at 9.1% and was steadily decreasing. We haven't seen inflation numbers like this since the pandemic. Consumer core prices, so all of our categories minus food and energy, which are the most volatile, rose 0.2% from April to May. And we've seen a 0.6% increase in these consumer core prices since March. It suggests some businesses are starting to push increased fuel costs onto consumers, while others may still be able to hold on. It depends on individual business margins, and there's a good chance it's going to impact our smaller businesses first, who don't really have that much of a margin to draw from. Gasoline had a 7% increase from April to May. That's a 33.6% increase since February. Fuel oil had a 3.8 monthly increase, which is a 40.3 increase since February. And these higher prices are expected to stick around, even if the administration was able to get a peace agreement with Iran today that everything holds together. It's still going to take time for oil markets to stabilize. And that may mean we don't see normal prices till end of this year or into 2027. As always, the treasurer and I will continue to monitor, keep the board informed. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? All right, I'm seeing none. Thank you very much. All right, excellent. We're going to move to item 5 and address our other items. The first, we're going to get a presentation for our draft Kalamazoo County Climate Action Plan. We'll welcome our Climate Sustainability Manager, Taylor Van Winkle. Hello again, Taylor. Good to see you. Excited for this presentation, and how will the community is not, we don't have a.
They'll be able to view it online.
Okay. Okay, so just to address anyone who might be, well, are they not able to watch our meeting at all this evening? They are, okay. So just for community members, normally we would have a presentation up. Our AV equipment is not working adequately, and so the presentation before our board members is on paper, and community will be able to review that in the paper packet posted online. All right, welcome, Taylor. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. I'm Taylor Van Winkle. I'm the Climate Sustainability Manager here at the county. You've seen me a couple times over the last 3 years, which kind of gets me started on the first slide, which is a little bit of a review of everything that's happened so far. And it also serves as an overview of the rest of the presentation. So in 2023, we received grant funds to pilot a climate action, climate justice plan creation at the county level. This funding was through EAGLE. It was to hire staff and support an oversight advisory council, which was also staffed at the end of 2023. In 2024, the public engagement process began, which is the next slide. If you'd like to see pictures of me at the engagement events, there was nearly 700 participants across all different forms of engagement in 2024. We released 2 digital surveys. One was released directly to the public, and that was specifically gathering input on their climate needs and concerns for climate impacts in their communities, what they're most concerned about. And then the second survey was for local authorities and gauging their feelings of preparedness for climate hazards. We also did in-person events. We did 10 visioning events, of which 2 were youth oriented. At those events, we primarily, which is what those pictures are from, what was primarily the core of the visioning events were 2 questions. The first being, what are you most concerned about happening in your neighborhood because of climate change? What are you concerned about flooding, heat? Are you concerned about going outside in the summertime? Are you concerned about rising ticks rates? What do you go home and what do you worry about? The second question was, in 20 years, envision a world where we have solved that problem. What does it look like now? And that these 2 questions allowed us to gauge urgency on particular matters in the community, as well as help us prioritize when we're making strategies throughout the planning process. So those stakeholder input was directly directly utilized throughout the planning process, and I'll get to the strategies in a little bit. But that's how that we were grounded throughout the process in public engagement responses. In 2025, which is the next slide, the climate vulnerability assessment was completed. This is a supplemental document to the climate action plan. It describes the projected challenges Kalamazoo County will be facing under changing climate conditions from this next century. This is based in scientific research, the prevailing climate models and projections as they stand now. It is not required that you read the climate vulnerability assessment to understand the plan. There is enough information in the plan for it stands alone on its own, but the CVA is a supplemental document that helps form the scientific underpinning if people would like to dig more into what reasons and challenges certain strategies were selected to address. And on the slides, there's a couple images and diagrams selected from the CVA just to highlight the kinds of information that the CVA contains. There's a list of FEMA hazard risks. So this is the National Hazard Risk Database, which assesses the likelihood of various hazards, climate hazards, and weather phenomena over the next century. And the certain ones that are ranked highly to be probable and increasing in frequency and severity over the next 50 to 100 years under changing climate are outlined in red, and that includes heat waves, cold waves, severe winter storms, severe lightning and wind storms, and tornadoes. Those are the ones that are ranked most high risk to occur over the next 100 years. That's just an example of some of the information that is in there. It is certainly not all of it. It is it's like a 60-page document, but it is this is just an example. Also, throughout the process, the environmental justice screening is also on that slide. This is information data sourced from the state's My EJ screening tool, which takes population characteristics and combines them also with environmental conditions on a census tract level, and then creates a composite score for what's called vulnerability, social vulnerability. And so this is a way for us to assess the vulnerable populations, their locations, and what threats they may be facing. And so that was also utilized throughout the process to make sure that the strategies that we're designing and the climate vulnerability assessment is making sure that vulnerable communities are considered throughout the entire strategizing process. Okay. The next one is a bit of there's some words on there that I'll read through them, of course, but that you can go ahead and move to the next slide. I normally just use my thumb to change these. Okay. So the Climate Action Advisory Council was composed of 16 members. They met 12 times throughout the year, throughout the 3 years for public meetings. Actually, no, they met 18 times if you include this last year's meetings as well. This most recent year. They met 18 times, all public meetings, and they discussed strategies and actions on various topics. The decisions were made for 6 overarching goals to guide the plan. And then I'll get into a second how those overarching goals were broken down even further. I will run through all 6 of these, and I know I'm short on time. I think I have maybe a little bit. I will move through these quickly, and then we'll have time for questions at the end. So the first one is the first goal is set in the plan is to achieve carbon neutrality across the county by 2050, with at least a 52% reduction from 2005 levels by 2030. This is in alignment with state goals stated in the My Healthy Climate Plan. The second goal is to achieve zero municipal waste in Kalamazoo County with at least an increase in recycling rates of 45% and a reduction in food waste rates by 50% by 2030, also in alignment with state's goals. The third goal is to actively support the protection of natural agricultural systems using an interdisciplinary approach combining Western and Indigenous knowledge and management techniques to increase preservation and conservation efforts across the county. Number 4 is assisting in creating and supporting a just transition to a resilient, diverse, and regenerative economy across the county. The fifth is strengthening the resiliency of water, waste, transportation, and energy infrastructure, as well as emergency and recovery services to withstand and recover from climate hazards as they occur. And then the last is to leverage and coordinate resources to advance climate action and eliminate climate injustice on a county and regional scale. So if you go to the next page, I'll talk about strategies and actions. I do not have time this afternoon to go point by point. There are 30 different strategies outlined in the plan. These are separated into 4 different subsections. This is housing in the built environment, energy and infrastructure, natural systems, and food systems and agriculture. One second. So there's 30 strategies. Strategies are directional sub-goals underneath the overarching goals that move in that direction. And then within each of the strategies, they have several subcategories of action items across in the entire plan. There's 85 actions. Actions are small measurable steps that set out specific goals in alignment with achieving the overarching goals. So the action level is your smallest step that moves towards achieving a broader strategy that is ultimately working towards the goals. Is a nested approach, and that's how they work. So for instance, an action would be specifically improving and expanding non-motorized transportation networks in rural areas according to CAT's study plans and in alignment with the state's priorities, for example. That is just one example of the 85 that we have. Each of those actions is separated into 3 different approach styles. So the first being climate mitigation. So an action item is either addressing the approach of climate mitigation, climate adaptation, or climate resiliency. Climate mitigation means that action is attempting to reduce greenhouse gas emissions over time. Climate adaptation goals are aimed at adapting infrastructure and the built environment in order to better prepare for climate hazards. And then climate resiliency actions aim to decrease recovery time and severity of impact in the community so that there's there's more resiliency and a shorter bounce back time for both individuals and the economy and the broader community. So that's how those are separated. I will not get into all of the nitty gritty because, like I said, there's quite a few and we don't have the time for that. There is an online public input session, page that's on the county website. That is open until July 16th, 2026. And that is accessible just on the main county website. You can go to get involved, and then it just appears on the next page there. And you can download the plan and the climate vulnerability assessment, and you can leave a comment or you can email me and leave your thoughts and feelings online, and I will get them. They will be processed once that period is closed. And then ideally, once it is processed and goes through final revisions, the plan will be back before you in a final form for adoption. So if there's any questions that y'all have for me?
Questions do we have? I see, we'll start with Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I have a question concerning the original input survey or questionnaire. And I guess that probably ties into the one that's online now, asking people to offer some comments. Are they being offered, or were they offered a laundry list, or is it fill in the blank, and start from there?
For the climate concerns survey. So the first climate concern survey, which was oriented towards the public, had a mix of questions. There were some short form, there were some ranking questions, and there were some long form questions. An example of a long form question was more open-ended. For instance, what does a sustainable community look like to you? And it gave a long form box that somebody could respond to. There were some rankings as well, where different strategies were listed and that people were allowed to rank what they would prefer to see. And then there were multiple choice, such as which of the following do you already adapt in your life? Recycling, EV, that kind of stuff. And they could have multiple answers. Yeah. So that is how that survey was laid out. Does that answer your question?
Excuse me, will you humor me for one more? Yeah, I have downloaded, I haven't printed yet, but I may do that. I'd like to work with printed documents.
Are you talking about the plan?
Yeah, 71 pages.
It is significant, yes.
Yeah, are those comments you just made, if I get farther into it than I am now, I'm only maybe 18 pages in, will I find those input documents that you just referred to?
So the results of the survey will be included in supplemental appendixes. They're not included in the draft plan in itself because like you said, it's 71 pages, but it will be included in the final one of the appendixes that's included, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair.
First off, thank you very much. That was a pretty informative report for the short period of time that you had. I've got a lot of questions that I'll probably ask you, but I do appreciate you putting the actions to the strategies to the plans, and then working your way up to the goals, because otherwise I just I don't see how it could be effective. I think that this is great, and it gives us an opportunity. Really what I'm most concerned about is our ability to adapt. I completely agree with the first two parts of the goals of, meeting the state standards and everything else, but 30, 40, 50 years from now, our ability to adapt and be resilient is going to be crucial in how we handle what the planet's going to look like 40 years from now. So I appreciate this report, and I think it gives us a good first step as a community that we're going to be looking back on this 30 or 40 years from now. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Taylor, just from me, just for some comments, we have a number of just extraordinary folks on the team at the county. You are certainly among them. So I just really want to, recognize the expertise that you demonstrate in conversations that I have with you around climate and issues in general. And so I just want to thank you for your diligence, your thoughtfulness, your work. We're lucky to have you here, and we're glad that the collaboration we brought forward with the Climate Crisis Coalition and the Nature Center got us that initial grant to bring you on, and the board here then had the insight to support the position as a permanent addition within the budget process. So thank you for that. I want to ask, just while I have you, and maybe germane to some additional discussions, the natural systems, it's sort of like the directional actions there. There are 8 strategies identified, and it talks about the protection and conservation of natural resources there. Can you speak to how do we identify our other, organizational partners, authorities, local governments on the strategies they're using to protect natural resources rather than to dismantle them?
Yes. So a big part of the and you could, Commissioner Kessler, you'll see this when you download and read through the plan, but each of the strategies it has the sub actions, and each of the strategies also identifies key organizations and departments within the county, other municipalities that might be cooperating on similar programs or developing similar programs, and then also organizations in the community that that I am aware of, we're working on or are working on similar strategies or aiming to. Part of that is the work that I do in the communities, going out and having meetings with the Kalamazoo Conservation District and the Land Bank and the Land Conservancy as it pertains to the natural system section in particular. But that's true for all of the sections. The facilitation and making sure that we're not duplicating efforts or hindering other organizations' efforts that are working in the same path and the same direction is a big part of implementation and the work that I'm doing. And a lot of that is kind of boots on the ground, meeting with people regularly. Also, one of the a couple of the good things as it pertains to the natural systems is that We had 4 projects launched to begin implementing that were actions identified in the natural systems or in either the natural systems or the food system section. One was we partnered with the Drains Office to plant 6 acres of native plants along drain easements. And that was across 6 townships to reduce runoff and pollution. We are partnering with the Kalamazoo Conservation Districts to help them launch a regenerative agriculture incubator. And then we are also partnering with the Kalamazoo Valley Community College Valley Food Hub to help fund a position piloting community garden organizing across the county. And then we are working with the materials management subdivision in the planning office to put on a series of composting workshops across the county. We've had 2 so far, and we're giving out composting buckets. We were able to secure grant funding for all of these projects, and we're giving out free composting buckets at these events and tumblers, large backyard tumblers, to help people launch their composting efforts. The next event will be at the county fair, August 6th, 8th. One of those in August. And so we'll have a table there, and we'll be giving out free composting bins and raffling off tumblers as well. And that was all grant funding that we started. And all of those strategies were identified as one of those actions and programs to develop in the plan. And I really was quite excited that we were able to get a few off the ground before the plan itself is even implemented, so that we can see how what a successful implementation starts to look like.
Do we also have dialogue with other partners that have impact on our systems, our natural systems? You know what I'm trying to get out of my mouth there, such as the road commission, the utility companies, you know, from power to broadband, et cetera. Do we have any engagement, or are there further opportunities to have that dialogue deepen?
Yes. So we have throughout this process, throughout the strategizing and development of the overarching goals and all of the strategies in different sections, there are different departments that were more relevant to each of the sections. For instance, the housing department was really, really relevant to the housing and built environment section. And the parks department was really essential in helping us develop the natural systems section. So MSU Extension was a key component of us developing the food systems and agriculture strategies and actions. So we worked throughout the process with other experts in the county internal departments to make sure that we weren't working at crosshairs or conflicting existing programs or duplicating efforts or things like that, making sure that alignment was intentional throughout that process across internal departments as well, and this plan. And then there are significant opportunities looking ahead to make sure that we can partner and collaborate with other organizations that are doing similar work, for sure, especially as it pertains to getting more grant funding and launching more programs, for sure.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Are there additional questions? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. More of a comment than ever. Taylor, loved the presentation. I've heard several of them because you have been at numerous meetings with supervisors, with materials handling commissions I also sit on. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your hard work in getting out there to spread the word so that we collaborate more with our many partners across Kalamazoo County and actually regionally, as we need to be mindful of our fragile earth, as we should say, and making sure we do what we can to protect it, try to provide the goals that we need to achieve to continue to be able to produce enough food for our communities and our community and our society. So I just want to comment and thank you for your hard work on all those issues. And I look forward to getting through that whole document as Commissioner Gissler said, it's thick. So, and then when our administrator gives us 329 pages for tonight's meetings, along with the other
Half of that might be
187
mine.
Part of it is yours.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So I'll blame you too.
Okay,
No,
I'll
just
take, I'll
kidding,
take,
just kidding.
I'll take my
Thank you.
share. Thank you both for your kind words, and I appreciate you both for saying such nice things. I sincerely want to express my gratitude. Y'all for the commission created a permanent position, which is unique on this side of the state in this region of Michigan. So please give yourself kudos that this even exists, and we are sharing the love, and a lot of the work and workshops and educational events are open to the municipalities even outside of Kalamazoo, and there's been interest in attending. So we're spreading and reaching out, and I think that it shows that you guys Kalamazoo County is leading in the charge of sustainability, and we're going to keep going, I think.
Commissioner Gissler.
I have one question for you, Taylor, and a comment. The question is, did you just say y'all?
Did I?
Oh, I'm looking at Lindy in the back row. Yeah, she's a Texan.
I am from Kansas originally.
Okay, well,
So I think it counts.
Oh, and she's a bad influence.
I did have like 3 meetings with Lindy today, so it might be your fault.
Oh, yeah, I'd blame her.
Yeah.
Anyway, the other comment is in all your spare time, have you touched base with the Farm Bureau yet, the Kalamazoo County Farm Bureau?
Interestingly, the Farm Bureau is actually in the same building as the Kalamazoo Conservation District, and so it's actually quite simple to pop in and have those meetings together. So yes, I've been there. We don't have a current project active with them, but it would be great to partner with them. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have one of their regular board meetings coming up 7 o'clock on Thursday of this week. So I'm sure if you approached Lisa Robb, their administrator, she'd be happy to give you, a few minutes to introduce yourself and go from there.
And talk about the plan. That would be great. I would love to have them promote the public comment period. Yeah.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay. I didn't mind. That's okay. We're doing good work on that. So it's important for the community to hear about it. All right. So we're going to move on next to our next presentation. We're going to welcome from Michigan Transformation Collective, Dr. Kalamazoo Ferguson. She's going to give us a presentation on the Blueprint for Peace, Gun Violence Prevention and Interventions. Welcome.
Hi again, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Kalamazoo Ferguson, the Executive Director at Michigan Transformation Collective. So thank you for inviting me to share an update on the Blueprint. And you have given me the impossible task of talking about the Blueprint in 10 minutes. Those of you who have sat through our summits know that this is complex work, but I'll do my best to give you an honest and clear picture about what we've built, what we're learning, and what the numbers are showing. So you have your slides. I'll try to reference them as we move forward, but the Blueprint exists because gun violence is preventable. It's not an inevitable experience or situation that has to occur in our community. We know that it is fully preventable. So in the context of the Blueprint, for us, prevention means reducing risk, strengthening protections, and then also addressing the conditions that make gun violence more likely to happen. So those are conditions like poverty, trauma, lack of economic opportunity, housing instability, unsafe neighborhoods, and the absence of healing and mental health care. So those are those upstream conditions that often determine the level of violence that happens downstream. So the Blueprint is looking not just at those downstream factors, but also the upstream factors. We also understand that no single organization, no matter how effective, can really address these issues alone. So the work requires our residents, community organizations, system, school, health partners, government, and philanthropy all working together. So that's the role of the Blueprint, is really to align the ecosystem in service to a vision of a Kalamazoo where every adult and child thrives and is free from community violence. So I think this is your slide number 3. So just to kind of give you a sense of the frameworks that we're using 3 simultaneous lenses all the time in the blueprint. So we're looking at prevention, which I just mentioned, but also thinking a lot about healing and the supports that individual and communities need around healing, restoring trust, and then also advancing equity. We're also addressing interventions at the same time, and that's connecting people in crisis to the supports that they need, strengthening our responses in community and reducing further harm. So those are guided, that work is pretty much guided by our 3 frameworks, which is public health, collective impact, and then truth, racial healing, and transformation really keeps our work grounded in racial healing, relationship building, repair, equity, and then narrative change. And I should mention that this work is not work that happens instead of the work of KDPS. They have been partners with us since the beginning. So this work is community work that's moving right alongside the efforts that are being advanced by KDPS. So I think your slide number 4. So what you all and the communities has invested in is not just a plan on paper. Since 2024, we have been implementing the actions, the goals and actions of the blueprint. So since 2024, we've built the infrastructure that makes sustained coordinated action possible. MTC and the Blueprint Coordinating Council provides the leadership and oversight of the work. The Coordinating Council also facilitates goal working groups that are goal 1 through 6, or 1 through 5 have working groups, and those are being facilitated on a monthly or more frequently by the Coordinating Council. And so the resident and lived experience voice really inform the goals and action of the blueprint, and that remains critical in the decisions that we make as we move this work forward. And we are right now counting about 120 implementation partners that are aligned around the actions and goals of the blueprint. So your next slide 5 shows our strategic priorities for 2025, and those were institutional integration, so embedding violence prevention into long-term county and city systems, including Imagine Kalamazoo and local policy conversations, so that this work can outlive a single grant or an administration. So also in 2025, we were really intentional about building out and strengthening the backbone and shared measurement system of the blueprint. One of the areas that when we built the blueprint that we didn't get to was to create evaluation strategy. And since 2024 and 2025, but mostly in 2025, that work has been prioritized. Also, coordinated implementation. These are mutually reinforcing activities and projects and programs. So we prioritize the actions of the blueprint that community said were most important, and we've been focused on those. And then, of course, as always, deepening healing-centered community-facing efforts that build trust. Trust is part of the infrastructure of the blueprint, and this work cannot move without those relationships and trust. So due to time constraints, your next slide will just show you an overview. I think that's slide 6 and 7. Those will show you an overview of some of the work happening in each goal areas. I'll just highlight a few. So on the stopping the violence, Kalamazoo has, as of last week, now 45 trained and certified CVI interventionists, and they were trained through the CVI certificate program at KVCC. So that's the 3rd cohort to come through that program. These are trusted messengers in our community with deep relationships, and those are the people who are boots on the ground, being the first responders when violence happens. We are also building a hospital-based violence intervention program with the Health Alliance of Violence Intervention. That's a partnership with MTC, Griffin Place, Lewis Walker Institute, and I'm forgetting the name. KDPS, how did I forget that? So we've been working for almost a year. That work should be completed by the end of this year. And then we have the coordinated efforts with KDPS and our street outreach team. So now what we have when incidences happen, or before, when they know that some incidents are happening, we have now a more connected, coordinated response due to that work that's happening with KDPS and the violence interventionists. So one other thing that is continuing to happen is data transparency. So since 2023, KDPS has been sharing monthly data incidents. And so we receive those every month, and that data is published on our website so that community sees the incidences as they happen. So then also, we are helping to connect safety to the conditions that shape safety. That includes childcare, which y'all have heard a lot about, transportation, housing access, youth opportunity, and healing. For example, with the Economic Stability Work Group, they've identified transportation as a core barrier for youth and families across all of the different goal areas. And they've now created a Transportation Access Coalition. In addition, within the Economic Stability Work Group, one of our key partners, the United Way, has awarded grants to nonprofit organizations that help Alice family meet the basic needs around childcare, transportation, and housing access. So you'll see on your next few slides that those are all just different programs and projects that are moving forward as we speak within the blueprint. So slide 8 talks a lot about the implementation has clarified for us. So when I said what we're learning, so as we move deeper into implementation, we're really understanding what infrastructure is necessary for a collective effort like this to continue. So we're understanding that that cross-sector work only moves because of sustained relationships, deep and sustained relationships. We understand that the coordination has to be disciplined. We really do follow the collective impact model, and MTC provides a lot of structure to the work of the blueprint. We really understand that community voice must stay core and central in this work. Change should feel like change in community. So we have to make sure that they are part of not just outreach and us hearing their voice, but a part of the sense making and the decision making that's a part of this work. So we're understanding that, and then learning has to be built in. Some of the work is us taking an opportunity that exists in community and really moving that work at any given time. The community may not be in certain places, but might be in others. So we have to be continuously responsive to the needs of community, even while we're engaging in the blueprint. We can't wait for a report 10 years down the line to show and demonstrate that we are acting in the best interest of community. So in 2026, we have 5 priorities that will drive our work. Again, deeper implementation of the goal working groups. We are currently starting to launch a social network analysis to better understand how our collaboration is working across the ecosystem. We're building out opportunities to bring community in so that we can talk about data use and data sharing and create those agreements. We'll be continuing the work of advancing policy and systems change opportunity, and then, of course, strengthening sustainable funding and backbone infrastructure that the work depends on. So that brings me to the question that I know is on your minds: is this working? So I will give you the numbers that are shared with us by KDPS. And I'll say up front that we cannot claim causation. This is about correlation. No one program deserves the sole credit for this trend because it's so complex. But what these numbers do show is that Kalamazoo's trajectory aligns closely with the period of sustained coordinated efforts that I'm talking about related to the blueprint. And not just the blueprint, we do have community organizations who are also not necessarily aligned but the blueprint, but advancing the actions of the blueprint, and their efforts are also contributing to the trajectory. So in 2023, there were 22 homicides. In 2010, that's a 55% drop in just 1 year. And so that's more than 3 times the national average, which fell roughly at 16% across US cities in the same period. And then in 2025, we had 7 homicides. So that's 3 straight years of decline in the number of homicides in Kalamazoo. Over 5 years, homicides in Kalamazoo are down 53%. Non-fatal shootings dropped 29% from 22 to 23, and another 11% in 2025. Confirmed shots fired fell nearly 49%, and then assaults with firearm is down 16%. Violent crimes are currently at a 10-year low in Kalamazoo. So I added the quote to your slides that we heard from Chief Boyson about the efforts in Kalamazoo. So these reductions represent years of focused work, accountability, and partnership. It's not just anything we've done in the past year, it's our strategy over several years. So that's exactly what the blueprint model is. It is not a single program. It's a community-wide commitment to creating the conditions where violence become less likely and every person in community can thrive. We know we're doing a good job when there are fewer shootings, stronger families, more coordinated systems, increased access to opportunity, and safer lives today and for future generations. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner DeLue.
Well, thank you for your presentation and your work. I personally have no doubt this is having impact on the community. I'm just wondering, either before, during, or after the incident and the adjudication, do you ever have an opportunity or the ability to interview these young people that are involved in the gun violence to see what is really the motivating factor? And if you do, what is it?
So we have not interviewed anyone. We rely heavily on our trusted messengers. They have deep connection and deep relationships with those individuals. And so we are able to hear from them some of the things that they are really thinking, feeling, what incidents like prompted the acts of gun violence. We know that conflict is one of the major reasons why gun violence is happening in our community. Those are things that our trusted messengers, those folks who have those deep relationships, are able to hear from them. The hospital-based violence intervention program will be an opportunity for us to spend more time immediately with people who are recently experiencing an act of gun violence, or maybe even harm somebody by gun violence or with gun violence. So that's an opportunity for us to meet them at the bedside for an intervention, but also to hear a little bit more about what they need and to really truly understand the conditions that are in place that are really advancing these behaviors, and then also how we can act on those things to make sure that these acts don't continue. And then lastly, our evaluation strategy does have, in the longer, more like 2-3 years from now, built into that strategy, we have asked for opportunities to interview people who have been involved in gun violence. You're welcome.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this report. You know, the number one thing that I'm going to focus on, and that most commissioners or most people that fund programs are going to focus on, are the numbers.
Yes.
And the congratulations to you. And then I understand there's a lot of people that are involved in this process. But as Commissioner DeLue said, I have no doubt that you and your group are a big part of this. I would just, I would just give you a suggestion.
Sure.
Is to focus on the impacts and the outputs, not just the downstream, but the upstream as well. So that when you're going for additional funding, or you're talking to boards or talking to nonprofits about funding, you have data to back them up. Because I mean, everybody, any person can say, we want increased access to opportunity, more coordinated systems and services. But what does that mean? And how are you measuring the results?
Sure.
So having measurable impacts, I think, will make this program long lasting. And I want it to be long lasting because I think it is effective.
Absolutely.
So that's just kind of my suggestion.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. So to be able to measure that type of impact takes a lot of money, right? And a lot of effort and a lot of expertise. And again, those are things that our strategy have built in, and we're just not there yet because of lack of resources to be able to support that. And so over time, we will have those things. We value it just as much as you. So I agree 1,000% with you. We want to demonstrate that impact in community and not just outputs. What we have are organizations. We do have data from our partner organization and implementation organizations. That's why I was talking about that data sharing, those data sharing agreements. So we know what programs are doing. So we have those outputs for particular and specific programs. But when we're talking about impact, we're talking about over time, and we need time to really implement and then also measure in a really disciplined way. So an impact report on the blueprint you won't see for another at least 5 years to really think about that, and that won't be the full extent. This is long-term work, and so when you're doing long-term prevention work, you may see the 5 years may give you a little bit of a sense of, hence the data I reported, a little bit of a sense of how things are working, but you can really truly understand it 10 years down the line.
Just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
It's gonna, especially from governmental institutions,
Oh,
maybe nonprofit, but it's gonna be very difficult to have that ask for more after the initial ARPA investment and everything else
Yes.
without data to back up what
Absolutely.
the money was used for.
I
Thank you
understand.
very much.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, I just have a couple questions. The first one, the data, thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
But the data in here, is that just for the city of Kalamazoo or is that for Kalamazoo
It's
County
for
as
the
a whole?
city of Kalamazoo.
Okay, and then my second question is, of the stop the shooting strategies that are currently being implemented, is there one that you see the greatest impact from, or are they all kind of doing the same work?
I don't think they're doing the same work. I think what we know is that I will talk about the efforts of CalSafe, right? Because, and I know this is like a culmination. So CalSafe is the CVI community of practice, and that brings in practitioners, CVI interventionists from all different organizations into one coordinated team, and there's a coordinated response now. So what's happening is when we have individuals from Urban Alliance or Bent Not Broken, all the different organizations who are activated now to respond in a more coordinated way when an incident happens. And then that also makes it easier for KDPS to coordinate with that body of folks, understanding that like a coordinated response is necessary. The Ave program that we're building out requires us to have that level of coordination. So I will say that like those types of, it's more than just an intervention, it's the infrastructure needed so that the interventions that we implement are effective. And we can then also measure because it's done in a more coordinated way. And it's not, our beautiful citizens who get up in the middle of the night after shooting and run out there and put their lives in danger. We want that, we love that, but we can build and create more infrastructure so that they are safe. And then with as many interventionists who are being trained, that work is spread across individuals. And that becomes actually a discipline, a profession. And so I think that investment of the blueprint from right at the beginning has been really significant, and it has allowed us to really think about and really support a ton more people, and then also families who are impacted as a result of that one individual being harmed by gun violence.
So one follow-up question. Thank you for that answer. Are you guys working on partnerships with other law enforcement agencies so that we have countywide data, or is it just solely KDPS?
Yeah, so there was early conversations around that, and then we are starting those conversations again so that the county, what we do know is that the county has been working on building out some data transparency. So moving a little bit more to a positionality where that conversation can happen with county law enforcement. So I believe it's promising at this point. And so we should be able to continue to nurture that relationship so we'll have a better picture. You're welcome.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions just been asked. This seems to be pretty isolated to the city of Kalamazoo, and our sheriff is sitting over here. He has a responsibility for the whole county as we all do too.
Yes.
And so I would kind of suggest, I know that you have to walk before you crawl, before you walk before you run. So I think it's great that we're seeing some good numbers here, but I would encourage you to want to keep those conversations up, meet with the other law enforcement agencies in Kalamazoo County, and because unfortunately they don't care about the borders. They run right over into Kalamazoo Township, into Oshtemo, and even out in my fair city of Augusta. So with bad things going on. So I would encourage you to work with us to make the whole county a safer place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Absolutely. I do need to address one critical thing. So about the blueprint is the area of focus of the blueprint in the beginning and building it was because where we were seeing majority of the acts of gun violence. So we did work with data. We used data to inform where we prioritize and started the zip codes that we started with. So those are the priority areas. So it was never intended to exclude other areas, but it's where we focus our attention first and foremost is addressing those areas that where there's a lot of inequity, where there's a lot of acts of violence happening, where there's majority of barriers related to some of those upstream factors that I'm talking about. So I just wanted to mention that the intention was never to exclude or to only focus on Kalamazoo. That's the priority.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for your great slides too. I'm a sucker for a flash.
Oh, okay.
You got some good stuff in here.
Thank you.
I have a question concerning, and I'll let you elaborate as much as you wish. What is a certified CVI worker, and what kind of training do they go through, and who certifies them, and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, so we are really proud of this work. So one of the things we asked of the people who had been just getting up and just showing up for community with acts of gun violence, those folks who really were just doing that work because of their love for community, what they needed. And what came out of those conversations really is how do we professionalize this work in the field and how community violence intervention work, right? And so we locally really talked to those people doing that work and really heard from them that they wanted standards of practice. They wanted evidence-based practices that they could engage in, that they wanted opportunities to learn and to grow in the field and in the work. And so that's when we created the certificate program with KVCC. So that started in 2023. I think we had our first cohort. This was moving at the same time when the state opened, the state created the Office of Violence Intervention Services. So we have to understand that community violence intervention is a young discipline. And so actually Kalamazoo was ahead of everyone else because that is the only certificate program that has been created for community violence interventionists. So we've been able to have our folks in Kalamazoo be trained by national folks who do community violence intervention work across the country. They helped us build out our curriculum, and the curriculum expands year after year after year. This year curriculum involved probably 15 community organizations coming in and lending their expertise around cognitive behavioral therapy and all different types of things so that they can fill their toolkit and really be able to really show up for a community in a way that's evidence supported and that they have the skills to be able to engage in some effective intervention.
May I ask, how long does it take for someone to receive that certification? How many terms or?
Yeah, so I think we are now it's 80 hours. And so that kind of expands. The first time we did it, it was like 2 weeks intensive. And then feedback said, we got to spread this out. So then it was like 2 days on and off. So now we are at the 2 days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that's occurring over a period of time until they receive or complete their 80 hours. And so then they have the certification from Kalamazoo, from KVCC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Morales.
Hi, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kenlana. And so where does that funding come from? Is that supplied? Do they have to pay for that? Or is that through the funding that you receive? And how do you select folks to do that work?
Yeah, so the funding to support that work Kalamazoo Griffin Place will receive the MDHHS grant in the amount of $1 million. In addition, there was the MCOS grant. So those two grants really supported that work. So there is no cost to those folks who are participating in the program. The first year, so we've had several different strategies of selecting the folks to be a part of the program. The first year was our trusted messengers made recommendations. Well, the first year we started with the people doing the work. The second year, those folks who were a part of the training the previous year made recommendations. And then this year it opened up just a little bit more. So we didn't rely just on those recommendations, but we have some partner organizations that we know are really engaged in this work, though it's not necessarily considered CVI specific. And so we invited those folks to apply. So it was a little bit more of an open process. And then moving forward, we'll keep that open process. And then also there are folks who are not going to be CVI interventionists that would also like to receive a more general training. And we're going to create that for them as well, so that they have an understanding of the work that's happening in community related to CVI work. You're welcome.
Dr. Ferguson, I want to thank you so much for the work that the entire MTC has been engaged in. And, you know, you continue to work to convene community together through these dialogues. Just a couple things to, you know, highlight for commissioners, for us. One, I want to recognize Commissioner Ray. If you want to know what someone with CVI certification, our Commissioner Ray is one of those individuals who shows up, who advocates for community and supports them. So we recognize and thank her for that. For all of us too, you know, the blueprint is really focused often on these upstream interventions. That's the discussions we've been having around childcare, for example. And it's important for this commission, and again, back to Commissioner Ray, you know, the foundational resolution where we recognize gun violence as a public health crisis. We have to look at these upstream interventions if we want downstream improvement. And so, you know, that's her leadership that brought us as a body into that dialogue. We've got to stay focused on those things. Upstream, they sometimes can feel disconnected from violence in the streets, and they are not. They are directly correlated to that. The other thing I would lift for our board is, you know, we heard about data sharing and the value of data for both analysis and policy implementation. And we want to continue to support the efforts we can to, you know, provide the infrastructure needed for county government to offer that data transparency initiatives. We have much work to do on that. I'm optimistic about it, but it takes some additional deep digging in and prioritization from the board to make that happen. Last, I'm just going to elevate a question. You know, it's encouraging to see violent crime coming down. A segment of violent crime that is going up dramatically is domestic violence.
Right.
And if you could just speak to, in brief, areas where the blueprint intersects with that. We have partners at the YWCA, I know, are at the table, and others, but how does the blueprint engaging on that particular segment of our violence in the community?
Yeah, in transparency, it was a conversation when we were actually building the blueprint, whether or not to integrate it. And there was a worry at that time that, you know, by doing so, that the focus would move from the folks who mostly needed this work and the areas and the issue that would be most concerning, and then shift over, and then the resource flow moving more to the interpersonal partner domestic violence area when there was an abundance of resources there. That doesn't change the acts, right? Like that doesn't, you know, so since we've partnered more and more with the YWCA is a part of our coordinating council, and they've challenged us, quite honestly, in the work of the blueprint to start that integration, and we are. And so those the conversations are happening as we speak the CVI work, and that was one of the groups that presented in the latest certificate program, was to talk about domestic violence. We know the incidences that probably most recently, some of the incidences we are hearing about are domestic violence situations where there are acts of gun violence occurring at the same time. So that has challenged us to really think about and think strategically how we don't isolate services, but how we really wrap around and care for the families in those situations in a more comprehensive, coordinated way. So thank you for lifting that. That's exactly where we are, and it's critical that we do that at this point.
Thank you so much for
You're
your time.
welcome. You're
Thank you.
welcome. Thanks,
Appreciate
y'all.
it.
Thanks for your support.
All right. Good dialogue and important conversation for us in the community. Let's go to our first reading. This is a request for approval of a resolution to terminate and reallocate ARPA funding, project funding rather. I can get it out of my mouth. Administrator, would you like to help us lead the dialogue on this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Board of Commissioners, tonight is a first read of a resolution requesting approval to strategically reallocate remaining ARPA dollars associated with the ISK Permanent Supportive Housing PSH initiative to support 2 county initiatives that remain aligned with the county's broader community investment, housing stability, and public service objectives. The first being is eliminating the project string supporting the ISK PSH housing project string in the amount of 66,000 and reallocating that dollar amount, a portion to support planning and development initiative regarding the Michigan Zoning Atlas project in the amount of 18,000, as well as an interactive corridor study workshop in the amount of 7,500. And then lastly, the remaining amount to support the OCC Indigent Equipment Fund in the amount of $40,500. And I'll happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. There are commissioners with questions. Vice Chair.
Just a comment, we've already discussed all of this stuff. I guess my question would be the form of this in a resolution, is that normal? Or is that, we did this in a resolution? I guess that'd probably be a Lou question, not a Dr. Catlin question, but.
So to keep consistent with the others, we are recommending a resolution at this time. Every award that we've reallocated has been in the form of a resolution.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm seeing no further questions. We'll move to item 6. We have closed session. We have 3 of those items. As usual, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Board of Commissioners go into closed session pursuant to Section 8H of MCL 15.268 of the Open Meetings Act and Section 13D of the Freedom of Information Act to consult with its attorney regarding an attorney-client privilege communication entitled Negotiations Regarding Police Protection Contracts.
Right, there's a motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? I got to do a roll call. I forget. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Thank you. My brain.
Commissioner DeLu?
Yeah.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
Commissioner Ray? Chair Strebs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
9 yes.
All right, that motion carries. Commissioner Wheeler. We got a couple more. 2 more. Go ahead, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we meet in closed session with our attorneys regarding a workers' compensation matter pursuant to MCL 15.268E.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strebs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu? 8 yes.
That motion carries, Commissioner Wheeler.
And lastly, I move to enter into closed session to consider the periodic personnel evaluation of the County Administrator Controller pursuant to MCL 15.268A as requested by the County Administrator Controller on June 11th, 2026 to provide Commissioner Gissler with an opportunity to provide input.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler.
Yes.
8 yes.
That motion carries. We're adjourned to closed session. Sorry. I'll bring us back from closed session. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to come out of the first closed session. Can I do all of them?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'll make a motion to come out of all three closed sessions.
Oh, that was a tie on support. I'm gonna go, a motion was made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales to come out of all three of our closed sessions. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We are out. All right. Commissioner Wheeler.
I'll make a motion to approve all three of our closed session minutes.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, to approve the minutes from all three of our closed sessions. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. With that, we are adjourned. Too early to call to order for the next session. If I could hold a quorum so I can open that meeting, and then we will take a 10-minute recess. So I just need quorum to hang a second, but others can go if they need to. All right, I'm going to call to order the Kalamazoo County Commissioners' regular business meeting. Before we launch into the agenda, we are going to take a 10-minute recess. All right, I'm going to bring us back out of recess. And we will move forward with our agenda for tonight's session. All right, for our June 16th, 2026 regular business meeting, item 1 is our invocation and reflection. We have Commissioner Gisler for that this evening. Are you good for that? Great. All right, thank you. Commissioner Gisler.
Oh, thank you. Can't do it without your help. As we gather here today to make decisions for our community, bless us that we may use our best skills and judgment. Guide us as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that comes before us. Grant us the wisdom to act in the best interest of our community and fellow citizens. Help us show respect for each other and our entire community. Please grant us the wisdom to govern amid conflicting interests and issues in our times. Finally, watch over the men and women who keep us safe at home and abroad. Amen. I pledge allegiance.
All right, item 3 is our roll call. Clerk.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Commissioner Ray,
Present.
Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
Commissioner DeLu.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you, clerk. All right. We'll go next to item 4 is for proclamations. There are none this evening. Item 5, communications. We're in receipt of the Finance Department 2025 annual report, quarter 1 of our community grants report summary, Oshtemo Charter Township notice of public hearing on the creation of an industrial development district, the 2026 capital account fund balance summary, and the YWCA Kalamazoo's request for support of a reproductive health fund in 2027. Are there other communications from the commissioners? Right, I will just mention I've received a number of communications from residents with concerns around road commission efforts for tree removal. I've also received communications concerned about data center development within the county. And I've received communications from residents in Wildwood and the way that that complex has continued to interact with their tenants. Okay, Commissioner Morales?
I share the same sentiments. I received the same.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll go to item 6, which is approval of our minutes.
So moved.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler for the approval of the June 2nd, 2026 draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes, and then also the corrected May 19th regular meeting minutes. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Item 7 is for the approval of our agenda. I'll just ask because the road commission needed to reschedule, should we remove that from the agenda? All right, so I'd entertain a motion to amend the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Morales, to approve the agenda as amended with the removal of the presentation from the Kalamazoo County Road Commission. Any other amendments? All right, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay, We'll go to item 8, presentations. As amended, there are none this evening. Item 9 for public hearing, we have none. Item 10 is our opportunity for public comment. So this is the first. We only have an in-person option offered today as our ability to provide remote public comment is not functioning at this time. Is anyone present in chambers that would like to address the board on any topic? Please come forward, share your name and where you're from. You'll be recognized by the chair. Welcome, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First off, thank you for replacing the elevator, fixing the elevator. I appreciate it. I think other citizens and board members and possibly staff appreciate it as well. I want to draw your attention to item. Give me a second. I think it's 822. I'm concerned that there's a recipient of a grant in that item that has not reported how it's using their grant funds. And would like that to be potentially looked into because I feel like it's important that we look at how we're expending grant money, especially when it comes to, potential conflicts of interest there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment?
Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Chair Strabs, Vice Chair Taylor, Pro Temp, Hepler, and all of the county commissioners. Good evening. My name is Gwendolyn Hooker. I'm a Northside resident, and I am here just to talk briefly about the annual gun violence resource and resilience rallies that are typically, for the last 6 years, we have done these round robin gun violence rallies, which are really to raise awareness about some of the resources that are available in Kalamazoo, and also to be very intentional about inviting people that have been impacted by gun violence to come and get some of the resources that are available in this county. This is an initiative that was really birthed out of the public health crisis resolution, gun violence resolution, as well as COVID-19, when we've seen an unprecedented amount of gun violence at that time. And so we started going to various neighborhoods and doing these pop-up events, and it just kind of caught on, and we've been doing it for the last 6 years. The first one is going to be at the Vine neighborhood. So in the Vine neighborhood at Davis Street Park, I'm sure many of you know, there was a fatality at that park this year. And so we're going to really go there and really reclaim the park and just have a really great opportunity to meet the neighbors, provide resources and food and fun and camaraderie with many of the residents that have been impacted by the loss of one of the people that used to really attend that park very regularly, skateboard, and really had a love for that park. So I have some invitations, of course. I never come empty-handed. And so if we could pass those out. If you have any extras, I will take them and distribute them as well. The other thing that I wanted to turn your attention to is on the back, there is a Juneteenth Jabs pop-up, which is going to be at Ties Joint. I'm sure you all know that June is Justice Against Bullying Awareness Month. And so we are advocating and educating people about the dangers of bullying and the ways and places that you can come and get services and support if you or your youth in your household are experiencing them. So hopefully I will see you all either on Saturday or on June 27th at Davis Street Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gwendolyn. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Oh, hi. Look at, right there.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Post. I'm your Kalamazoo County Finance Director. This evening, we are presenting the 2025 Finance Annual Report, and I just wanted to express my appreciation to the Finance Department, to administration, the Board of Commissioners. I think this is a really cool thing that departments do to have the opportunity to have to highlight their achievements and goals and accomplishments, and as well as identifying challenges that we, put forth in our report. So With that being said, when we arrived here, and I say we because it's a team effort, we have a completely all new leadership. We have a deputy finance director. We have an assistant finance director. Each of them, one leads audit, one leads budget by design. So the goal, what we like to do in finance is let them run with those respective areas. And then we try to bridge that gap as much as possible. That strengthens our financial controls and our reporting. Below that, we've got a team of accountants that support both of those leaders. Outside of that, we also have an accounts payable team that we created. So thank you, Board of Commissioners, for allowing us to do that. We wanted to identify all those vendors that we weren't paying and paying in a timely fashion. And so we created that division as a result of that. We also have the purchasing division. Victoria Barboza, she's a leader in place. We appreciate the drive and the changes that she's brought forward. We've seen some of those so far, but yet there's more to come. So we appreciate that. We have a team of leaders, a lot of experience with all these leaders. Personally, I come from smaller counties, and here we have a very large department. So there's been a shift of who does that work and how they do it. So we are building leaders here every day. We are strengthening those numbers. We're turning that raw, weak department with not much experience, and we are definitely putting some spin on that to do some drive. So with that being said, I'm just going to do some names. I want to thank Phil Chakowski, our Deputy Finance Director. I want to thank Jennifer Wagner, our Assistant Finance Director. I want to thank John O'Connor. He's one of our accountants. I want to thank Marissa Aldridge. She's an accountant. I want to thank Jenna Steele. She's an accountant. I want to thank Brianna Crawford. She's an accountant. I want to thank Kim Totten. She's an accountant. I want to thank Charity Grisent. She's an accountant. I also want to thank Jennifer Pomeroy and Shannon Lumetta. Both of those are accountants. I want to thank Amber Freeman. She's a financial specialist, as long as Caitlin Rudenberg. I want to thank Lucinda Pueblo, our accounts payable manager, Victoria Barboza, our purchasing manager. And lastly, both purchasing specialists, Carlos Sebastiani, as well as Amy Langworthy. It's a team effort. I thank them tremendously, and that's where the work lies. Enjoy your reports and have a great evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Look at that, 2 sets of applause, because not only you got your button skills down, but you know how to shout out a team. So good job. Thank you for that. All right. Do we have anyone else wishing to join us for public comment? Good, thank you. All right. I'm seeing none. We are going to end our first public comment period. We'll move to item 11, which is our consent agenda.
I wrote it down.
Go for
it. I move that the consent agenda items be voted on at one time by a roll call vote and be considered as a consent agenda by the board.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor, for the approval of the consent agenda. Is there discussion? Commissioner Morales?
There is. So for item number 2026-822 for the community grants report summary, am I in the right place? Oh, sorry. Never mind. Sorry. Oh, bummer. I'll address it later. Thank you.
Okay, so nothing needed, Commissioner Morales? Okay. All right, so we have a motion, we have support. No further discussion. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. That motion carries. All right. We'll go on to item 11, which is unfinished business and general orders. We have none. And then on to item 13, new business or non-consent items. Entertain a motion for item 2026-713. It's a request for approval and signature of amendment number 1 with Housing Resources Incorporated, HRI, to provide shelter diversion and access coordination services. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Discussion. Oh, thank you, Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I just would like to understand what shelter diversion means as it relates to this work.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. Deputy Willa DiToronto will come down and address the body, and I have some additional questions on the matter as well. Thank you.
So this is just an extension of the initial short-term contract that was approved back in March. It really was geared towards getting the landing place operational and helping get families into that project. We are working with other shelter providers on a more robust shelter coordination program for HRI, and just need a little bit more time to work through that. It took a little bit longer to get through the processes for the landing place. So shelter diversion is something that HRI does with MISHDA funds currently. The Family Promise does do additional diversion through our contract with them for the landing place. But right now, there are no funds for diversion efforts in the contract that HRI has.
Correct.
Just to follow up, so why do we have that in the contract? Like, why is it labeled shelter diversion and coordination access?
I think because that's the line item that it's coming out of from the Keys to Kalamazoo fund. And we do intend to have more robust diversion in a long-term program as part of that.
Commissioner Morales.
That was part of my question. But the second question is, are they able to hold the load?
I think that, you know, what I have learned as I've dove into this a little bit is that coordinated entry and shelter access coordination is something that's been an unfunded mandate from the state of Michigan. And so an unfunded mandate means that there's not staff to support these efforts. And you know, in the past 3 months, HRI has been able to expand their staffing to 24 hours. So for the first time ever in our community, there's somebody answering the phone 24 hours a day to do assessments for housing programs. Right now, we are limited in the referrals that can be made during those phone calls because of we have one partner in participating right now, and that's Family Promise in the landing place. But the hope is that as we, work with additional community partners, we can expand the services that we're able to offer folks when they call in a housing crisis.
All right. Yeah, that was my concern, just if they could handle, do they have the capacity to handle that just based off previous jobs that they've had to, hold with the county, so that folks aren't waiting or they're just kind of sitting, waiting for someone to respond. So I'm glad that they do have more staff.
Yeah. And again, it's a lot of this is a capacity issue. And so we're finding that when you have staff 24 hours, you're able to get through lists a lot quicker than in the past. And they've gotten through the entire waiting list that we had for families, which is a huge accomplishment. And I think that there's definitely room for improvement in this system overall, but we'll be able to get there over time.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. With that said, they've been able to get through the entire waiting list for the families. So is the landing place full?
So right now, I think that they're at 50, I don't want to quote exactly, but they are more than halfway full. Yes. And more families are moving in every day who are calling in real time and being able to move in the next day.
Thank you. While I have you, I'm just going to take an opportunity for a couple additional questions. So this extends the short-term contract to HRI through July 31st. The initial performance period was 3 months. So this one is a little bit shorter. Do you see coming closer to fruition of what the system is going to look like? And that's why we're doing such a shorter term this time?
Yeah, so they still have funding left over from the initial contract. And so they didn't need additional funds to make it through this next month. And so we didn't want to rush through putting together a contract. That the contract will lay out goals and metrics for getting additional participation. So they might not have all of their MOUs signed in a month, but there will be more of a roadmap to get there. I think that we've learned a lot going through the process with Family Promise and the landing place. And we have HRI and the housing department have had initial conversations with a lot of additional providers about what this could look like. So I'm pretty confident that we can have a contract that lays out a timeline for additional participants and getting MOUs signed within the next month that will come along with additional funding requests.
Okay. So additionally, when the finalized contract with HRI is going to include the shelter diversion, and you mentioned that shelter diversion is also included within the contract we have with Family Promise. How are we going to ensure that those are working in concert with one another, and where one entity has not determined diversion from a location is required, but then another might? So how are we avoiding excessive emotional strain on families seeking placement? How do we iron that out?
Yeah, those are all things that are being taken into consideration and worked through right now between Family Promise, HRI, and the county. And so we're learning things every day through this process and identifying other policies that need to be put into place to make sure that it is as seamless as possible for families. And it is an ongoing conversation that we're having that should be ironed out more within the next month when we bring forward a final contract.
Thank you for that. And I have elevated to administrative leadership, and then I'm sure that you've heard dialogue around this as well, and should have shared this as communications earlier, but I did interface with a number of families in Bronson Park this weekend with very young children unable to get access to the landing place because, at least my understanding, is that they were in emergency shelter options, and shelter hopping is sort of not viable or not happening within the system. And so what that was creating was conditions where then those families, one of them with a young infant, with all of their belongings, are back out into the park in the hot heat, rather than being placed at the landing place where there are vacancies still available. And so I just want to elevate that to you. I'm sure you're aware of it, but also just, publicly to make sure that we're recognizing it, we're addressing it appropriately, because families sort of getting a sense that they've got to leave a shelter with less options, less privacy for their stability. They've got to go back out into the elements if they have hope to get into the landing place. I hope systemically that we can do better than that.
Yeah, we're actively working on a shelter transfer policy that will help work through those processes, not just for KGM, but other shelter providers as well.
Thank you so much. That is greatly appreciated and obviously needed. And we're in this learning process together, building and refining a system to better meet the needs of people. So I want to thank you and the housing department, our partners at both KGM and others that will engage in the MOUs, that we build this system together to adequately meet these needs, and for our administrative team for being responsive and hearing the concerns and working through to address them. So thank you for that.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anything further from Vice Chair?
Really quick, I want to echo the chair's sentiments. Thank you to both you and Mary for what you've done here. When you're done, you've got to write a book about this process and how you've done it, because although we are the first to go through this, with the failure at the national level from both political parties to really solve these problems, it comes down to local government to really do it. And I think there'll be more counties, more cities, maybe even states that come up with this sort of process. So after you're done, I really think the next round of people would greatly learn from our mistakes and our successes.
Thanks.
All right. Seeing nothing further, we appreciate you very much. Thank you. All right, we have a motion. Is there any further discussion? All right, I'm seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay.
Chair, I think
Yes.
we need a roll call for that one.
I think it's noted as voice vote.
Never mind.
Thank you. So I usually am just, I do, usually roll calls, but I don't think it's required. Okay. Next then, we have item 2026-816, request for approval of a resolution to terminate and reallocate ARPA funding project.
I'll make.
Who is for?
Right.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Pro Tem, supported by Commissioner Ray. Is there discussion? All right, I'm seeing none. This one says that we need a roll call vote. So clerk, please call our roll.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strubs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer. 9 yes.
That motion carries. All right, thank you. We'll go now to item 14. This is our second and final opportunity
Chair.
for public comment. Oh,
Did we have
Commissioner Dillon?
a motion from their closed session?
thank you. Good catch. Good job.
Thank you, Dale.
Extra
Appreciate you,
points for you, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner DeLu. I have a motion to approve redemption of all workers' compensation liability as recommended by the county's attorney in the matter of Calvin Boland versus Kalamazoo County as recommended by council.
Motion is made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner DeLu. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call a roll.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strubs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
9 yes.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll go to item 14, that last opportunity for public comment. Up to 3 minutes to address the body. Please share your name and where you're from. Is there anybody wishing to join us? Public comment. Right, I'm seeing none. I'm gonna move forward to item 15. Reports of our officers, bodies, administrator, and controller. Just in brief, I've had so much going on, it's sort of hard to keep track of all of it. Well, one of the exciting celebrations, there's been just so many ribbon cuttings and things that are happening in the community, but really one of tremendous impact and really inspirational was the community courtyard ribbon cutting. You know, we're at this point now with the housing millage that we're watching a lot of the investments that we've allocated finally come into real life with people really getting served. And I don't think anyone else from the body was able to come to the open house that particular day, but this is a lovely development. It's a collaboration with the YWCA and the developer involved here. This is 19 units of affordable housing that will support women who have survived domestic violence and human trafficking. They have on-site support staff, programming, and though this is low income and affordable housing, it's beautiful. They received huge donations from both the developer to furnish the community room. I think it was Talisman Furniture. It's gorgeous in there, and the sort of place that will be about healing and growth and stuff for the people that we serve there. It's one of the projects, along with the William Schmay House, that I'm really most proud that this board has worked on. And again, to our housing department, Deputy Director DiToronto and Director Balkema, it's such good stuff. Such good stuff. There's a lot of community voice happening in local government. I think our road commission heard a lot from community voices tonight. Some of our local units of government are hearing from community. And I think anytime government tries to take stands without hearing community, getting input from community, we're doing it wrong. And I know the city of Kalamazoo heard a lot from community last night. People want to be engaged and should be engaged. And I want to thank community who are doing that, because democracy is not just about voting on election days, but all of the days in between. And local government is a really important place to impact how government functions and prioritizes what we do going forward. Thank you to our finance team for their 2025 report and all the community partners that we work with along the way. Those are my comments this evening. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with the chair's comments more. It's important that we hear from everyone, even those that disagree with us. We need to hear from every single voice, from every different perspective, and that's what makes us informed and make the best decisions for the public. I'm going to take a bit of prerogative and just discuss the life of a dear friend of mine who passed away. Betsy Rice was I've known her for 35 years now. She used to babysit me when I was young, but she was always active in the community. She was active in the local Democratic Party, but she was also active in her township as well. And it's a loss for the community to see her go. So I just wanted to give a shout out to her and hope her and her family are coping well. I will say I'm excited about the budget that we are going to go down. This is a big budget in that it's going to set the road for the next 10 to 12 years for Kalamazoo County, maybe even farther. We're looking at everything from our facilities master plan to what kind of support services we can give to our local jurisdictions and our nonprofits, as well as how do we take care of our employees. So all of those things need to be, a balancing act. And I'm sure it's on every single commissioner's mind when we go into the budget of, what are our priorities? And I'm looking forward to it. And I'm looking forward to a robust discussion. And if that is out there in the public so that the people can hear us and criticize us and compliment us, mostly we get the criticism part, but it's important that we hear it. And we really would like, and I'm calling out in the public, that's the half dozen or dozen or so that are listening online, that they would come to one of these meetings or put in their question and tell us what's important to them. As we go down our budget, we're sharing with the rest of the state of Michigan and the rest of the country what our values are here in Kalamazoo County, because there's no bigger testament to what your values are as a community than what your local government's budget reflects. So with that, thank you very much. And Gigi, it's probably time for that.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Vice Chair, it's summertime. They're out of school. They get a little break here. That's all right. I've got 3-year-old granddaughters. Just sharing, my friend. They deserve a little summertime. Come on. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. I concur with what's been said so far. We need to hear from the community, which we usually do. Their input is important. We need to maintain our staffing, our backbone, which is our 900 plus employees that serve our communities, and thank them for their hard work in keeping Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. I get 3. Okay. And so it's critical that you see them, thank them for their hard work. We got all the folks are. I love our Ryan Post. There's shout out to his staff and all of the staff. We've got great staff here that worked very hard. We need to keep in mind all the folks that are out there. Our military that protects us here and abroad, our men and women of the fire and police services that keep us safe, and our ambulance folks. I try to get a shout out to every one of them every meeting. So thank them when you see them. Yeah, I joke that we come in here to make sure everybody gets a paycheck every 2 weeks, and then we keep the lights on for the next 2 weeks. So that we keep the county functioning. So it's critical, and we really ought to support we need to think about all of our partners, the townships, the 4 cities, 5 villages that are out there in Kalamazoo that work diligently to support their staff. And really the grassroots, as has been pointed out, that make our county this great place to be. So with that, I hope everybody has a great week and a safe week. Bear in mind, we've got some storms coming in tonight, and tomorrow we even may have some more. So please be safe out there and drive appropriately during these storm times. Thank you.
Yes, please do that. Let's go to Administrator. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. Several things to share, but one very important one, we actually heard a gun violence presentation tonight, and our gun violence, the board's ad hoc committee on gun violence met, I believe last week or the week before, and actually solidified a recommendation that'll come back to the board on July 7th. And so with that recommendation, I've been doing some work working with the Kalamazoo Community Foundation regarding the potential establishment of a long-term funding mechanism dedicated to supporting gun violence prevention and community safety initiatives throughout Kalamazoo County. So the primary concept under consideration is actually the creation of an endowed field of interest fund designated to exist in perpetuity, ensuring that resources remain available for future generations to address evolving impacts of gun violence. A field of interest fund would provide flexibility over time by allowing distributions to support programs, services, interventions, education, outreach, victim support, community healing, victim interruption strategies, and other initiatives intended to reduce the impacts of gun violence and promote community safety. So structuring this fund broadly would help ensure that the future organizations and programs can continue to access resources as community needs evolve over the coming decades. We've also explored, the field of interest fund is our recommendation. We've explored some other options within the community foundation. So another option explored is a donor advised fund. A donor advised, or DAF, would provide greater control over annual funding decisions. It would also place responsibility back on Kalamazoo County to regularly determine grant recipients and funding priorities. So additionally, a DAF may not provide the same level of long-term focus on gun violence prevention unless specific governance structures are established and maintained over time. I should also be noted that the Board of Commissioners has the authority to establish a fund of this nature should it choose to do so. And then the third option that we also explored was an option of utilizing an already existing and established fund called the Community Urgent Relief Fund, which could be designated for gun violence related purposes. And under this approach, funding decisions would be made collectively through existing processes involving the Kalamazoo Community Foundation and the United Way of South Central Michigan. And while the CURF is traditionally utilized to address urgent community needs and in emergency situations, many gun violence prevention strategies involve sustained long-term investments that may not align fully with that intended funds framework. And so some things to think about there. So we'll draft this up in a nice report for the board to consider as we have a discussion on July 7th so that we can make an informed decision to move forward with a fund to support gun violence prevention and intervention initiatives in the future. I also wanted to raise and elevate a concern that a constituent came to me about within the county jail, and I've already had discussions. I know the sheriff had to leave. I've already had discussions with them. It's not throwing anyone under the bus by any means, but it's something that folks just don't think about. And so I wanted to inform the board about this and let you know that I'm working with the sheriff's office and the Kalamazoo Defender's office to explore some options to then bring back to the board. So we've been contacted by a constituent inquiring whether Kalamazoo County currently provides funding to support personal grooming needs, specifically haircuts for individuals lodged at the Kalamazoo County Jail. And in response, I've been working again with KCDI, which has a limited amount of resources available through existing programming in the MIDC budget to assist eligible clients with these type of services, but then recognize that would only be for indigent defendants, yeah, rather, and not those that are just lodged there without services provided by KCDI. The sheriff's office does not currently have funding allocated within their budget to provide such a service. And so the estimated cost for basic haircut assistance would be likely less than $6,000 per year. And while modest in cost, the request raises broader policy considerations regarding dignity, personal presentation in the courtroom, reentry readiness, and the appropriate use of county resources. So at this time, just wanted to simply make the board aware that we're exploring some options that will also tee up for a board discussion should the board be interested in funding something like that in partnership with the MIDC and KCDI. I wanted to comment, on the finance department's annual report. It really it's gratifying and heartwarming to see, and I think the board can see this, that our elected officials, department heads, and court administrators. I mean, we had a report that was just received by the county courts not too long ago too. They're just so enthusiastic about the work that they do, and that's like the culture that we want. Folks actually want to show up to work and do a good job in the benefit of the taxpayer. And so it's Ryan puts on a show, and we love him. He's a very good director, but all of them do that, and we really champion our departments, the elected officials in the court system, because we have just a phenomenal team, a top-notch team. Just a couple of things I wanted to point out. When Ryan joined the team, Director Post joined the team, he inherited just a lot of inefficiencies that they've been able to rectify in partnership with collectively with folks in the department, and all the way down to their entry-level staff. And so he's really championed that. And I think that's why, he had referenced, right? He's building a team of leaders, and he really does mean that. Within 2025, the department successfully implemented the county's first integrated budget structure and budget development process, improving transparency and coordination while supporting the preparation of the FY26 budget. So we continue to refine that. Finance enhanced purchasing and accounts payable operations, processing approximately 2,450 purchase orders totaling nearly $7.9 million while maintaining an average purchasing order processing time of just over 2 days. And the last thing I'll point out is that because they're committed to excellence, Kalamazoo County received the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for its 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, recognizing the county's commitment to transparency and financial stability. And I know you're thinking, wait, 2024 is 2026. Well, they're always a year behind the GFOA, so we will likely receive the 2025 award as well. And so that's coming. And I have no doubt that Director Post and the entire finance team will continue their commitment to sound financial management and exceptional service to county departments. So I thank each and every one of them under Director Post's leadership. And then the final two things, and then I'll stop talking, but the state budget update, I think everyone's very interested in that. So our lobbyist contacted us today, and we continue to monitor the state budget negotiations in Lansing. And with just over 2 weeks remaining before the looming July 1st deadline, legislative leaders have publicly acknowledged that an on-time budget may be in jeopardy due to ongoing negotiations and discussions surrounding unrelated policy matters. And so organizations representing counties, cities, villages, townships have all collectively urged the legislature to approve a timely budget, emphasizing that local governments rely on state funding certainty to finalize their own budgets, maintain services, and plan future investments. And so while negotiations remain ongoing, there's an increasing discussion surrounding the possibility of a delayed budget or temporary continuation should a budget agreement not be reached in the coming weeks. And so we'll continue monitoring developments and provide updates as additional information becomes available. And so we'll do that either via email or at a public meeting when we receive those updates. Last item is the upcoming budget training and then the retreat. So just a reminder that the Board of Commissioners has a special meeting scheduled June 30th at 10:30 a.m. focused on the county's budget training. So the purpose of this session is really to provide all the county commissioners with additional context regarding the county's budgeting development process, key financial concepts and tools that can assist in evaluating budget requests and policy decisions throughout the year. So June 30th at 10:30 a.m. and we'll be in 207A. And then additionally, and lastly, the board's annual budget retreat is scheduled July 29th at 10 a.m. at the Kalamazoo County Expo Center. So this retreat will provide an opportunity for the board and administration to discuss strategic priorities, review long-term considerations, and begin shaping policy direction ahead of the 27 budget process. And commissioners are encouraged, right, to reserve that on your calendars. I did send a calendar invite, so it should already be there, but just reserve that time, and we probably be about 3 to 4 hours or so for that session. So that's all I have this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Second date.
Give him the second date again for the, sorry.
I'm sorry. It's July 29th, 10 a.m. at the Kalamazoo County Expo Center.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. Wondering if we could explore the cost to include everybody in the haircut thing, and not just those who are being represented by the Defender's Office.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Commissioner Ray, for that nuance. The intention is actually to include everyone.
Okay.
The route that we'd like to go is utilizing the Defender's Office only because they already have established relationships with haircut providers with the sheriff's office. They've already been cleared in terms of security and that sort of thing. So utilizing their kind of contract, but yes, it would be for everyone in the jail. That is correct.
Right, Administrator, thank you for highlighting the excellence in the finance department and the overall talent in the organization. And I just want to take the opportunity again to recognize the culture that you've helped to build in the organization and the excellent work that you continue to do for all of us. So thank you, Administrator. Okay, with that, who wants to go first? All right, Commissioner Blue called.
Kind of along those lines of the finance department. I don't want to throw cold water or anything. Semi-serious question. He listed this top 10 vendors that the county money goes to, and number 5, I was surprised and somewhat shocked, is Amazon. And Ryan spoke during public comment, so I couldn't ask him. It's like, don't we have some local vendors? I don't know. I was just concerned that it was like number 5 on the list for top 10 vendors. I don't think Jeff Bezos needs any of our money. Also, thank you, Vice Chair Taylor, for calling out Betsy Rice, great friend of my wife, and she probably had an influence on you. You didn't even realize it when you were that young, but she was quite a gal. And lastly, we had 3 closed sessions. I know we can't discuss them, but I just appreciate this board working together as usual and getting through everything. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. I have only one item that I want to mention tonight, and that is the administrative team here, and I'm sure it was people beyond you, Kevin, pulling together this education panel for the battery energy storage systems and data centers. It's a hot button in virtually every one of my townships, and this is going to, I hope, let people feel a little better informed about both subjects. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mazer. Okay. Commissioner Morales.
Have my notes in here, so I don't forget anything. So condolences to Miss Betsy Rice. I've had the opportunity to work with her even when I was beginning to run in 2019. So she will be missing. I'm thinking of her family. This data center, I couldn't even walk in the store because my community, which is one of my district, well, in my district, Millwood, was really concerned. And it's like I could walk to where this place would be. So as well as their concerns, I'm concerned as well. So I got some some pretty hot heads in Millwood, and I'm thankful for those who did show up at the city meeting yesterday. So kudos to them who are willing to fight and stand for what they believe in. I want to thank Mr. Bobo for sending the requested data that I had asked for in the last meeting. He sent a very detailed email with everything, so I appreciate you. I want to thank Andrea at the landing place. Although the system seems to be moving slow and families may, feel like they're being overlooked, I think this is the part that I enjoy about my job. Like, I don't want to be the one to call to get it done, but when I can call and get it done, it makes me happy for the community to help push, not really push families through, but get them, into that place so that they can start to thrive. So I appreciate her and I can't remember the item number with the funding budget, but as we saw, Mothers of Hope did not have information in the packet. However, they sent partial information. I reached out and included Dr. Catlin, and we got all the information that we needed from them. So they took full responsibility, and we got that information within a couple hours, I believe. So that's all I have. Thank you all for what you do. Be safe tonight. I'm praying that this hail don't crack the rest of my windshield that a rock hit last week. So I know. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, condolences to Betsy Rice, Betsy Rice's family. I had the pleasure of seeing her one last time a few days before she passed. So, and I also, on the other spectrum, had the pleasure of being at an event for my day job and seeing Director Post's son throw the first pitch for the baseball game. So that was a very cool moment, seeing him out in the wild, as I like to say. I just want to bring attention to the public and to commissioners, something at the state level budget. They are proposing multi-million-dollar cuts to the state EMS office, which is, in my opinion, a pretty big threat to public safety. Some of the things that the state EMS office does is they provide community integrated paramedics, medical control authority support, EMS protocol updates. They cover tuition for paramedics and EMT education programs. They provide resources for training and education resources for EMS agencies throughout the state, and additional training or certificates for EMS providers that just go above and beyond. And there's probably a much longer list. But this large cut that they're making proposing to the state EMS office would impact everybody in the state of Michigan if you need EMS service. So I very much so encourage commissioners to reach out to our legislators, community, reach out to our legislators and let them know that this is important to all of us, and that this is something that we do need funded in order to keep everybody safe. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ray. Thank you, Chair. Next time, just put me after Commissioner Mazer. I don't have a whole lot. I just want to say that I'm super excited about the long-term fund or the potential long-term fund for gun violence in this community. It's a very important issue to me and many of the commissioners. We have prioritized that. We've done a great job. For me, this is just so exciting. And I appreciate the team for coming up with some of those ideas for us to ultimately get there at our meeting. So what else do I have? Oh, I do want to send my condolences to the family of Betsy Rice as well. She was super nice, and I think we all should send a letter. And then finally, just happy Juneteenth, everybody. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your day off work if you guys don't have a floating holiday. If you do, you should be celebrating it on Friday. But happy Juneteenth. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. With that, we love Betsy Rice and we are adjourned.